This must be the place. Looks like Spider's intel was solid.
So many Scorn. Why aren't they attacking?
Vikrul alone would be Kell of Kells. It is not enough to destroy my Baron. He must be seen doing it.
He's playing to the crowd. I don't like where this is headed. Just like you, Guardian. Clint and I wouldn't be here otherwise. At the worst possible time, no doubt.
Oh, that appears to be some kind of musical instrument. Play us a melody, Guardian. Like one of Drifter's star shanties.
Please, Guardian. Anything but that.
It looks awfully complex for the Scorn. Could have a hidden purpose. Let's keep an ear on it.
Okay, this is where Titan Brain is fun, but very hard to find. I know I need to find these symbols, but where the fuck are the symbols? I am just gonna go places. You know what? Power of screenshots. Give me 1 second. I know for a fact these are going to come in handy. So, what I'm going to do, actually going to make this kind of cool looking. Take half and half. Okay. There's one extra. That's actually pretty cool. Oh no, the single one is just okay. Never mind. At a glance, it looked like it was one more. And now I'm gonna shoot up. Aha! Ooh! Ooh! I think that's already wrong, but I'm gonna double check. P-O arrow R. Is that? Nope, that is not P-O arrow R. So it has to be the other direction. Haha. I'm sorry. Just running around with puzzles is not entertaining. I have to talk here, even though I really shouldn't. And if I got this correct, and keep in mind, this is my first time going through it. What is you? Hello.
Looks like a dead end.
No. There is a fell magic at work here. Examine the photon reflectors closely.
You're right. There's something off about those mirrors.
Ah, there's more symbols. Do I touch? What do I do? Ooh, new goop. Hello there. Are the symbols just a false thing? No. I want to punch you. Oh shit! I punched it!
The Guardian's energy signature just changed. Where are they?
This must be an ancillary effect of
Purple!
some kind of
Okay.
extra-dimensional projection.
It is a reflection of his fortress, just as the scorn are the dark reflections of the elixir.
Okay, the reason why I nodded there and the reason why I shouted up there is because you guys really should hear the cool lore bits. But the thing that made me very cool, or made me very excited for the color purple, is not because, ooh, color purple. Purple is not actually just a color, it's what you cannot see. It's basically how, like, the source engine. Whenever it does not have the texture, it defaults to purple polka dots, purple and black. That is literally what purple is. It is a default, does not compute, which is why Galactus is actually purple in Marvel Comics. It's pretty cool. Now, with that, because of this is an interdimensional space, I forget exactly what she said, it makes sense that it's purple and reflecting. It's not physical. It's not real, relatively speaking. It's just what we can deduce as the world around us. It's fucking gorgeous. And this is why I love the game. It's visual storytelling to a T. And the reason why I know for a fact that is on purpose, just to clarify, is because there's guns that have very cool naming things. And some of these guns might not seem like they mean a whole lot, but I'm looking for one. I believe that is one. I think it's all Hake. Yeah. Hake guns and Suros guns. No, there's a pulse rifle. There we go. This is a very musical, and I believe this one is. And I think other Suros weapons are very musical naming with a not so random name or number even. All those different things mean something in the lore of the game, which is why there's even lore tabs. Does this one not actually have a lore? This one have a lore? No. Some weapons and some armor pieces, there we go, have lore tabs that you can go to and different things like that. This game is fucking gorgeous if you have not seen it. And I highly suggest playing this game. And if you did not know, this game was 100% free. This game has never once had a meta problem. People have had a Call of Duty problem. Just to clarify, because every single weapon can have any role you ever want, including my personal favorite concept, a sniper that can roll into a melee focused build. Whatever you want to do with it, Titan, Hunter, or Warlock, depending on how you want to roll it, how you can roll it, different things like that. There's guaranteed to be a sniper that you can make into a melee weapon, relatively speaking, and it is just fucking gorgeous to think about. Now, with that said, let's kick some more ass. And I say let's because you're along for the ride. Did I turn around? I don't. You look punchable. It's not. Okay. I did get turned around, maybe. Possibly. Oh, shit. I just realized Mirror Gallery, or Yaller. Yeah, I'm not even going to try and twist my mouth. Ah, I see, said the blind man. Okay. Before I do that, experimentation. Ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Okay. I'm gonna go find every single lantern and light them all. Science, that's there. I really want to say she blinded me with science, but I am a he and there's no she that I could point to say she blinded me with science. Dun, dun, dun. But I am a he. Okay, I think I've got all of them, so I'm gonna head on back. Speaking of different roles and different things that you can do in this game is constantly expanding even for free-to-play players. Like, for an example, nowadays there is things, and shit, this is all the in-game method to get into this, and this will get a lot better over time. And these are all my weapons. I'm not going to go into different roles. There's one role specifically that I do want to get into, because this role is one of the go-to roles for every single sword because of what it can allow you to do. Eager Edge. Eager Edge alone allows you to have some very good movement overall, but it requires you to have a heavy weapon, that is that sword, with that roll, and then you have to use one heavy weapon or one heavy ammo per swing. And the reason why swords take ammo, think of them as syringes. Just to help you out, think of them as energy syringes, like batteries, but big honking batteries that you swing to release energy. That general thing. Of different flavors, of different varieties, that general thing. But the reason I'm talking about this is because later down the line, they're most definitely going to introduce other different movement options like this. Like they introduced with the newest expansion, this type of auto rifle. Which this type of auto rifle, I'm not expecting a lot of different, like, completely breaking the mold, but there are some pretty completely breaking the mold concepts in this game. At least nowadays. Like, for an example, this is just a high powered secondary, literally, as a sidearm secondary, same general thing. Excuse me, I had to burp, even though you didn't hear me. But the reason why I'm talking about all this is because there is a weapon type called the glaive. The glaive does not have a eager edge type thing, but the concept of what that could actually allow you to do. I think I like thinking about what other games have brought to the table because of what other games can do, one game can do, other games can do it, that kind of thing. Because of like how art, science expands science, games expands games. That general thing. Now, with that, the overall ability that if you have not played it, Marvel Rivals is a free to play game. I was just playing it. If you like PvP, to an extent. I don't even like PvP. I'm more of a PvE gamer, but it is a very fun game, and I made a lot of videos on it. If you have not seen it, but Iron Fist, he is able to punch with one of his abilities active upward and actually propel himself vertical. I do think a glaive should have something very similar, where on light attack it propels you forward, but nowhere near eager edge. It is not a I am over there now, but it is a I am guaranteed to be that direction, be it up, left, down, like any direction you want to go, because it is a first person melee. It is a that direction kind of ability. And that overall concept could allow some very good movement and just overall flow and how that could actually synergize with the game overall. Because the melee for a glaive doesn't actually cost anything. The melee is free, but there is not a way to make orbs with it, other things like that. Like it's not very easy to synergize with the overall playstyle of the game, which should be changed. There are a lot of different ways they can change that overall thing and make it better. There's so many different things I could suggest, but that is really up to Destiny 2 developers, aka Bungie, because that concept kind of needs to happen for glaives to really be a very good staying stone, even though they kind of are because of what they give, but not being able to make orbs and elemental pickups just kind of change everything about your build. And it really hurts unless you're really going for maximum just melee, which you can, but only in select areas. And I'm covering all this because this is kind of important for how this game flows, and I do want to show off the game since this is a brand new thing, and possibly people might see this after I fully upload it, record it, broadcast it. I don't know the right word. Punch class. I love the Dreaming City. Like, for an example, this area does not technically exist. And something fucking crazy. In the beginning of this, of the parkour, and I'm just gonna keep talking. I want to talk a whole lot here because the lore implications are fucking gorgeous. This is why I love Destiny. And people don't really cover this because it's not there. It's not in your face constantly, even though it is. All this architecture that you're seeing technically does not exist because it is not real rock. It is not real stone. It is dreaming stone. Think of it like that. It is not actually real. It is a slammed together construct of light and dark because people were trying to survive the apocalypse. In the Dreaming City, if you go there, I'm not going to go there now because I don't know where the actual last save was, but if you go there, look up, you will see a big glowing ring. I've always described that, and the only thing I know that as is the engine of the colony ship, just trying to get the right wordage, the colony ship that humanity were sending out in a big ass colony ship. Like think the ship from Wally and bigger. Like fucking massive and not designed to make you buy every little thing. Actually designed for long distance travel, basically a planet with jet boosters. Think of it like that. But that ship went to the reef alone, which is why you saw the entrance of the reef, all like stapled together, but still the reef. That overall thing has a lot of different ships, a lot of different debris, and it is a graveyard. But that tower you ran into, and I say you as in if you play this and what you saw, that tower is technically the gateway into the city of dreams. when you walk into that building, the moment you step foot into that building, it doesn't exist anymore. Which is why, or you and everything around you kind of don't exist anymore, but also do. Science, magic, paracausality, all these different things mean something. But paracausality, if you don't know, does not compute base terms, but it does compute if you do expand your knowledge of what things can do, like what arc actually is, strand actually is, blah 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 blah. Um, now, uh, and the reason why I can't play games and be smart is because I'm still a Titan. I am a, how I like to describe myself fully, I am a warlock brained, Titan bodied individual. I am 6'2", broad as fuck, and strong. And I am very, I am like Voltron hunk. Or, yeah, hunk. Where I would love to cook you meals and hug you, make sure you're warm in the winter, that general thing, than actually hurt somebody or do anything violent. I don't even like yelling. I just I want to help. I don't want to hinder. Which is why I genuinely like PvE, not PvP, because even in PvP, even if it's a good game, 999, somebody's going to talk shit on my team or the enemy team to either team, and it's just not needed half the time. But with all that said, let's kick some more ass. And all that said about the Dreaming City is why this is just fucking gorgeous. Because technically it doesn't exist. And the first time you go through here, none of this was here. Which completely changes everything. I didn't mean first time because it's not a thing anymore. Ooh, big fight. And big room. Ooh. In Forsaken, it doesn't exist anymore because of the DCV. I do think the DCV is going to be kind of going away, but this game is fucking massive as it is, so I don't know how they're going to really do that. But I do think they could go maximum online with that bit. Like they can have like a how they have it already. And I'm saying this because I don't like having an idea like this that is a very good just boom, this is the idea. They could easily go with this if they want to, but not like go with this no matter what. It's the idea that I could think of that is the best idea I could think of. Kind of thing with theirs. I don't typically go to here because this is not something I need to. But you're able to go to different missions across the board, replay them, and I don't know if I can actually replay them now. That should also be fixed, where you can replay some missions like that one, but there should be a mission for every single thing, if not multiple, and this can even double up as the New Light campaign, which is the number one downside of Destiny 2, because the DCV, which is what I'm talking about. If you don't know, DCV is Destiny Content Vault, which is why I'm talking about everything I'm talking about. All these different campaigns aren't playable, even though they were actually, these two were my favorite out of a lot of different campaigns, even Forsaken. If the game released like Forsaken with the random rolls that Forsaken gave, with the Forsaken changed fundamentals of Destiny 2. It made it where there were special ammo weapons, changed it where fusion rifles were special ammo weapons instead of heavy ammo weapons, and all sorts of the crazy things. Like it made Destiny 2 Destiny 3, which is why I say nowadays Destiny 2 is like Destiny 6 if you want to go by Destiny 2 vanilla. But Destiny 2 should have a whole lot more things for free, and what I'm talking about is go maximum online is have these missions where you have to have an online connection completely and utterly, where it's not actually something you download, it's something you connect to, relatively speaking, to allow it to be a lot more spatially aware. I I don't know how else to put it because there are so many different missions and campaign levels and so many different things that they had to cut because keep in mind this is cut, this is cut, this is cut. All of those are massive campaigns, but nowhere near as big as this entire campaign, which is cut. Most of this story is cut. Most of this story is cut. Most of this story is actually cut. Most of this story is actually cut. I'm talking about the seasonal stuff, not the campaign. Just to clarify, the campaigns of that, but not that campaign is there. This campaign and behind are not there anymore. The seasonal isn't. Then seasonal from forward up to here are not actually a thing. This season is a thing. This season is a thing, and back are not a thing. Just to clarify, and that last bit didn't make a whole lot of sense trying to think back. this season, this season, this season, this season, and back do not actually exist right now, and you cannot get any rewards unless you played those seasons way back ago, because you can go to a bunch of rewards and get the things you want. But this season are active because this is the campaign that is active right now, the newer one. Even though there is going to be more, it is insane what has happened thus far. Um, Now I'm gonna say this last bit, not as like a pity. He kind of sounds like a pity. I wish I had people to play this game with, to actually have conversations, to actually have like full on. This is the story and different things like that. Just experience this art piece, this masterpiece of gameplay and art and sound design and music. Because just the eerie, dreamlike sounds you hear that are meant to just unnerve you is just how this game functions. Which is why I'm not even phased by it, because everything, even that sound effect, changes, I believe, depending on the jump. I do want to sound like an idiot, so I do want to clarify. No. But it does, and the reason why I said that specific thing, because it does, depending on the atmosphere, change how that sounds. Like if you're in zero or lower gravity areas, like outside of a space station, and that is a place you could actually go in the game, um, your sound effects are actually different. Your gunshots, everything. They don't have it like per like the moon. You jump same gravity as if you're on Earth, which is a little bit funky. But trying to actually mathematical every single planetoid because of moon and planet you go to, even some space stations. There is a sci-fi universe here, and it is insane. Um, Now, I'm talking about having all the DLCs, which is why I'm talking about like all these different crazy places you can go to, because you need DLCs to experience a good bit of it. But the free-to-play stuff is very good and constantly getting updated, which is amazing. I do want to cover that last thing, and then I'm gonna continue kicking some ass. But even the 100% free stuff, like, there it is. This is, if you cannot tell by the symbol there, Red War from Vanilla got updated this season, or episode technically, to allow you to have Devour on Void, or Void Super Enabled Titan, which for an example, Prismatic. There is no way for Prismatic to get Devour. In any way you spin Prismatic, you cannot get Devour. And on Void, you cannot get Devour as easy. I'm not going to go into details, just that overall concept, because of what one exotic can allow you to do, is insane. And the best part about that exotic change is you only need the Void Super. You can get the kills with any single ability, any single weapon of any flavor, of any variety, even things like Prospector. And this also got an update, which is also 100% free because it is another Red War thing. It got changed. Don't know what they're going to do with that. They did say they're going to actually change that because that is a mod nowadays, or a setting nowadays. But, shit. Wait. Oh, it actually just says it right there. Excuse me, I had a cough there. What he used to do is literally just a Gatling gun grenade launcher, nothing really special, just rapid fire, 8 shots instead of 6 actually, downrange of just explosives. Now it is the same general concept, but instead of 8 shots, boom, 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 it is one shot that spreads into multiple and just explodes everything, and then you can still rapid fire that bitch. So it's crunch. Or I don't know the right sound effect. Imagine multiple or a boom and then boom, 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 and then rapid fire that. Whereas boom, 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 just constant kind of thing. And I try my best to rapid fire that, even though that mixed up. But the overall combat in this game is gorgeous, and that's just one exotic. Even the movement is all on precise inputs. Like the grapple is on look input and movement input. Very similar to like grapple from Titanfall 2 and there's a mission behind me. Oh. Apex Legends with Pathfinder. It is very similar, but not exactly. Why can't I kill you? I haven't actually showed what's going on in this campaign or this season, if you or episode actually. If you have not seen what's going on, I highly suggest looking up My Name is Bive or any YouTuber really for this game. But I just My Name is Bive because he is. This is a basically a badge of honor. I don't say this shit except for him. He's the lore daddy. He is the lore dude. He is the lore guy. If you want lore, look up My Name is Bive. That is just who he is. And the reason why I do think that the video, the TV show that Bungie makes for this game should be like a what if kind of situation is because of how this game has always kind of had the lore delivered. It's always been people on YouTube giving the lore because of how you can just find lore and guns and different things like that. Because nowhere else to find that lore from that gun. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Aha! I punch class.
The radiation signature here matches your opponents in the fortress.
Use their energy against them. Collect as much as you can before crossing back.
I really like the spread of enemies in this one. And if you don't know, each enemy actually has different ways to fight them. Like the Scorn are the only ones that can go immune how they do, and different things like that. And the entire faction of the Scorn, except for 2 enemies, which if they could go immune, that would just be an extra level of pain. Abominations and Screeps cannot go immune, or I was going to say immortal and immune at the same time, which is why I said that would be a very weird word, but they cannot go that way because it would be very busted if they could. How many more can I collect? Give me your shit. I thought it would be 10. Don't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm fast as fuck.
Another of Fickle's barons.
Mechanics always target its minions. Another elixir. I am not surprised he rebels in these atrocities.
Okay, this is amazing. And something amazing about this entire thing, I would not be using Strand if I did not see the Strand Surge there. In this game, a lot of different places have, or a lot of different activities you can go into, be it dungeon, be it strike, be it whatever, has modifiers like that that completely change the fundamentals of the game if you allow it to. And that itself is amazing about the game, because Strand makes this entire combat scenario a lot more enjoyable, because Strand allows me to grapple and different things like that easily, because every single class on Strand allows you to grapple, but some classes can't on Prismatic, some classes can, that general thing. I'm not trying to get into the very complex things, because that Prismatic alone is complex. Where is the boy? How's it going, Pickerel? Could you not do whatever you're doing? Now that's just not cool.
Bringing death to our house. But we fear it no more. We are finally beyond its violence. Four ages, the fallen were blessed by the great machine. So self-righteous. But now it blesses the scorn, gives the gift of life. Now we are the miracle. And how do they welcome their savior? With murder, subjugation, and jealousy.
The voice actor for Pickerel really has his work cut out for him. I'm glad Pickerel's about to eat shit.
Vickrul thinks of himself as some kind of savior. As if he's helping all these Elixir. It's perverse.
His delusions of greatness appeared even as an Archon in the House of Wolves. But then, as now, he seeks only to save himself from inadequacy.
He's desperate to prove that he's more than a joke played on me by the Ahamkara.
I love the movement of Strand. I used to main Arc, but now I main Strand because of this movement. And I know my mouth just didn't want to work there, but what is with these symbols? I'm assuming they're going to actually have something to do with like the exotic itself. Because something kind of cool about these missions, you have to do it once vanilla, and then once again with the exotic to get a whole lot of cool things. Some things that you might not even see. A lot of story pieces overall. Something amazing is this build would not work without this exotic from the Red War. And this exotic has never actually gotten changed. It's gotten changed here and there, little buffs and nerfs because of what it actually does. But overall, it actually hasn't gotten changed that much. Do I gotta go down? That looks like a glowy hole I can go into. You gotta be screaming! Screamy bitch. I really hope I'm going the right way. I just picked a direction and went. I believe I went the right way. Ooh. Wait. Did I forget? Oh. Wait, what is that symbol? Oh, wait. That's not actually. Then. Why can't I? I actually saw the screenshots and I went back to them. No, that didn't make a whole lot of sense. I'm gonna light you, even though you weren't actually there. Guessing that just made it harder or something? Was that cool rock? That kind of sounds like dubstep. Why does that sound like dubstep? Why was there some wub wubs? Ooh. I put a lock in the... Did I accidentally put the... You know what? I think I put the code in right accidentally.
The radiation in that place is starting to take a toll. I'd get out of there as soon as possible.
Ah, I wish I could read backwards very easily.
Mindbender. Watching Fickle bring these barons back. It's like all of our work, Kate's sacrifice, is being undone.
And that's actually on purpose because it's actually a very good psychological warfare.
Follow him back to the material plane, Guardian. Don't let him escape.
It's basically violent hearts and minds. If you don't know what hearts and minds is, it's basically trying to get people to follow you because you're trying to give them something they like. Supply and demand, generalization, that general. Ah, is the vestibule. Do I go back in here? What am I missing? You gotta be joking. That explains what I'm missing. Okay then. What the? You gotta be joking. Still not open. How do I? Okay. Guessing I'm missing a lantern or some murder. Okay. Actually, not missing a lantern. I really wonder what those lanterns actually do. What the hell else am I missing? I know for a fact this is just on me not seeing like the one more enemy I need to kill, or the lantern. Hopefully it's not as stupid as a lantern. Aha! I knew this area was a little bit too small. Rule of threes and all that. If y'all don't know why I'm getting my super back so fast, is because it is a roaming super. Roaming supers now have a massive change where you can get those supers back incredibly fast if you know exactly what you're wanting to do. Like, status effects that can do damage, like Angry Bees, like I like calling it, or high damage input, different things like that can allow you to have your super back basically as a fourth ability. Feckerel, I wish I could just break your neck. Even though I don't think that would actually do shit, just stopping you.
No place here. My children will rise again and again.
And the reason why I don't think it was Sovereign because he is the only thing that is truly immortal, which is why killing him is gonna be a doozy, because he's the only thing that is truly, truly immortal. Everything else, including the Guardian, will die. He's the only thing that is known to not die. No matter how hard you shoot him in the fucking face, in the soul, in the whatever the hell you want to shoot him in, he will not actually. Oh, oh, oh! Door, door, door. Where is the door? Door, door, door. Technically window.
You approach the throne room. The final Kell will soon be decided.
I'm not so sure. This whole thing feels like a spectacle for Fickrell's followers. And he's not ready for the show to end yet.
Suck tube.
Alaskis returns. Do not let her slip away this time.
Oh, I'm glad I can just die here. I was about to uber panic. Hell yeah. Ticker's not here to revive your bitch ass this time. Or bitch ass. You bitch assy. Fickrell, you big motherfucker. This season was meant to be vampire, like killing Dracula, that general vibe, and Bungie fully delivered on that overall concept. This just feels like I'm killing Scorn, to be completely honest, but for the overall like vibe of the environment, and that is like the only thing that is stale. But every single game ever is stale, if you really want to boil it down. Even Skyrim, any game ever, has the same enemies. And I do really, really want to cover this. I've been playing a whole lot of Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League. That game, I've only ever heard that it is shit. It's very repetitive, blah, 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 blah. I have played that game for like 10 hours already, and there has not been a single problem with repetitiveness. Every single combat encounter has been different to some extent. Different elevations, different formulas, different things you can do, different overall combat flows. Like, because of the different elevations, different spacing, different enemies, and all the sorts of different things you can actually do in that game is amazing, especially if you quickly swap different characters and level up the characters all at the same time. That is where you can have the most fun, especially as a solo player. I don't play any game with people. I would love to play games with people, but that overall concept is amazing, and That's why I said this. This game is gorgeous. Basically, every single game is gorgeous. Every single game has repetitive things in it, but repetitive does not make a game bad in any way, shape, or form. And saying a game is repetitive is saying it's a game. Even Dungeons and Dragons, a tabletop game, is repetitive here and there because you're always going to find that rhythm, that spell rhythm. That this is what I'm going to do, then this is what I'm going to do, then this is what I'm going to do, then rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Basically, every single combat encounter. That's how every single game works because the different enemies have this weakness and blah 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 blah.
Now you see, children, how small and broken are the underlings be. Their force dwindles, their houses fall, and our army grows inside their flesh. Soon he will bow to fake rule, life-breathing.
Good work, Guardian. It looks like
Hell yeah!
Echo's frame really came alive during that mission.
Yes, the energies of the Revenant plane were just the component it needed. Unfortunately, we're no closer to ending Fick rule. Or curing my father's curse.
Have patience, daughter. We must know our enemy before we defeat them. And the Guardian has discovered much of value this day.
Now we just need to locate the lost apothecary, and we'll have all the tools to finish the job.
Okay, I'm automatically making something with that. I know the exotic that is even on Titan that I want to fiddle with. Uh, just to clarify that second one there, that's an actual in-world physical item you can buy, which is why both of them are there. One's an in-game purchase, one's a physical item. Both are amazing if you really want to buy them. But it is actual money. Sometimes you can buy those for Bright Dust, which is a grindable currency that is 100% free. Actually, do want to see what is free this week. Ooh, And do keep in mind, with things like this, there's shaders to completely change everything about it, and to some pretty interesting degrees. I'm working off of this and then going from there. I do want a better Void subclass or Void build overall because of how I have my things. I have one Arc, one Strand, one Void, one Solar, one Stasis, and one Prismatic. Each one of them is a easily slot out and show off the overall playstyle and potential in anything environment, basically. Which is why I have the specific thing I have there and all the different things I have. They're meant for like just boot up and go, basically. Where these are meant for higher end, I am going to delete you. I don't like that glaive for that build. I'm gonna go back to the new heavy trace rifle because that's just the best weapon there. But I do like the glaive concept. Um, but each one is meant to be a high end. Like that is literally I can make two other people easily, stretching it with entire raid team. But three people going in, I can keep me and two others alive, completely and utterly guaranteed if I have line of sight. Even then, I can make line of sight pretty easily because of the exotic boots there. Um, just to clarify. But because every single exotic or every single build has a different exotic, except for this one and this one, I'm wanting to change that, trying out this exotic here for what I could possibly actually do with it. I'm actually going to equip that because of the fast cooldown, what I could generally do with it, and the fact that that super is basically a I can't die with the ability to have that constant brood over shield in and around it. The around it is the coolest thing because this combination of aspects allows me to melee, to apply volatile, to spread volatile. What I'm trying to build around is the constant application of weaken and volatile with this and saying all this to clarify what I'm doing, what I'm thinking about, that general thing, because this build should be absolutely gorgeous for what I can actually do with it. Yeah, this should just be purple. Like, what I should be doing constantly without any sign of stopping is just apply purple. Because if I remember that correctly, that does apply weaken. Oh my fuck. I am getting a kill, or two kills, I believe it is. Guaranteed two kills. Yeah, rapid, just boom, boom, two kills. I am then getting the overshield that will then allow me to do other things that will then allow me to get both of these, which will allow me to get grenade energy on top of Devour, giving me grenade energy, on top of other things overall synergizing with more weaken, so I can just have weaken going out everywhere, longer time for the weaken, and I have that to allow me to have constant health regen, which once I exploded once on the boss, that I plus that on to apply the weaken and have that constantly going. I could actually stay in that boss's taint, constantly doing rapid fire damage. This build should destroy shit. Okay then. What's heavy and that? I do know I want a primary. I don't like doing double special. I don't mind doing double primary though. But I do know I want a primary. Oh, I ran out of space. Shit. Oh, And just to clarify, the reason why I could use a whole lot of different weapons here, I am not going for a melee weapon at all, anything to synergize with melee, because I'm not actually going to be using that as a melee. Everything else should be giving me overshield and everything I need, so that is literally just a movement tool. You'll see why. It's very handy. Which is why I also don't know what heavy I'm going to be using. Okay, to see the overall flavor of this gun, you know, I talked a lot about the Dreaming City. I'm gonna head here. I'm gonna go run around. I'm gonna show you the cool background. Because this is a stream, or is anyone watching right now? No, still not. Okay, cool. I am going to load in, going to pause the broadcast, go to the restroom, and come back. If you've watched this video all the way to now, and I am going to be finishing up the things here and there, because I do have to go back into that and explore it a little bit more thoroughly, because like I said to begin with, there's two goes. There's the first go and second go, which is why I really did want to make the stream overall. But with that said, I'm gonna go restroom. I highly suggest you go to restroom if you've just watched this video completely 100% through thus far. Go to restroom, get some water in you, get some food in you if you need to. That general thing, because you can pause it, come right back. And I am actually gonna do the exact same thing, technically. I don't know exactly how that functions. That took me about 2-ish minutes to go pee. That's about it. But hopefully it wasn't that bad on your end. Ooh. Oh, hell yeah, that reload is gorgeous. Oh, I was okay. I saw the trailer, which spoiled something about this. There is a massive portal that opens up somehow magically, which is why you would actually really want to go do the other bits. Because you actually have to go through it again to get that stuff and that general thing. But I did want to figure out how this functions. Okay. That is the colony ship engine, is how I've always described it. With that big thing over there, because of what this area actually is. Some of these mod slots need a lot of little things here and there to make it a lot more fleshed out. Like the chest plate doesn't have a whole lot that you can really finagle and play with. And that's another one of those things that are going to get changed at some point because of what all this actually allows you to do. Because I'm slightly moving backwards, I can't actually emote.
I just read Ido's report on Fickrell's fortress. Good work, Guardian.
Is that your measure of success? A report? Any Kell worth their ether would see you docked.
Yeah. Guardian, I invited Aramis to weigh in here. Ida was right. We need her intel.
Luckily, Ido's research continues, despite your incompetence. She's close to recreating a tonic that can alter the polarity of ether.
Could be key in breaking through to Fickrell.
Records from old Reese name the plants required. Organisms genetically cultivated over centuries by eco-splicers. With fragrances and colors that have yet to exist on your drab little planet. All now extinct, withered and polluted by the whirlwind. The active ingredients might still be harvested from Earth's primitive flora. But only one still living knows what they are.
Our lost apothecary. We've got to find her.
Re-enter Fickrell's lair and fetch her at once. Fail again, and I shall be forced to take more drastic measures.
Just so you know, the reason why I have this dance, which if you don't know, it is the Rickroll dance, is because I genuinely, one, love that song, two, I just dance like that IRL. More leg work than hand work, but still I dance like that overall because I'm just grooving. I'm not a really good dancer. I'm tall, I'm wide, and I'm white. Those are not a good combination for any form of dancing. And the reason why I waited is because there could have been a cool voice line. That's a pretty cool one.
Guardian, we're getting ready for another attack on Fickrell's fortress. I've been doing my best to follow the apothecary's notes. It was hard to find some of the components, but I think I'm on the right track. I'm calling this the tonic of ether clarification. A way to extract the darkness from ether and suffuse it with light. If it works at all. I haven't been able to test it, and I can't be sure anything will affect Fickrell while he holds the echo. Guardian, if you can fight your way into Fickrell's base and find the apothecary, first-hand knowledge will go a long way. Fickrell thinks he's beaten us, that you're in a stalemate, and he can toy with you. I know it's difficult, but for now, let him believe that. Take the chance to learn everything you can. We'll prove ourselves in the end.
I thought it was a specific tonic. It's just any tonic. Just to make sure the next step isn't doing something else in there, I am gonna go grind this out. You know what? I go there a whole lot. I go everywhere a whole lot, so I'm actually gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna just wiggle. The closest one I'm to whenever I open my eyes is the one I'm gonna get. This one. Wait, no, not already there. Shit. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The corruption of the worm clings to your boot. Let us begin.
This mission did just release, and this game does have a lot of problems with bugs. And I'm saying this because I don't see anything I'm missing. It's enable the tonic, or use the tonic, get the final blows, and even with the wave, it doesn't get the kill and different things like that. I don't think this works, and I don't know why. Um, oh, I guess I can just continue with the exotic. That's a little bit weird.
All right, Guardian. Time to take another run at Fickrel.
I challenge you to make more of this mission than the last. The scorned Kell mocks us.
Fickrel has the echo, yes. But the Guardian is not unarmed.
You're the expert on being unarmed.
Now. Let's focus up. Our goals are to find the lost apothecary, explore the fortress, and empower the Guardian's new weapon. Let's go.
Just so you know, the reason why that was actually genuinely funny, which is why Crow laughed there, is because he's had his arms doxed. If you don't know what doxed means, their arm cut off multiple times, or his arms got cut off multiple times. Elixir have four arms. You didn't notice. They have two top arms, two lower arms. A lot of Elixir, because of some reason, even little slights, have their lower arms or upper arms doxed at their elbow, up a little bit above their elbow, which is just horrible. But it's a practice that happened. Um, Varix actually had his lower arms cut off. I believe his right arm cut off. Don't know about his left arm, and I mean upper, lower, both. And the lower both then got implants, same with the upper right. And then Aramis cut him off again. So he actually has a lot of experience with losing arms rather rapidly.
So begins the gauntlet of Fikrul's resurrected misfits.
Misfit indeed. Cast out of Elixni society, Araskis has found a new home.
Ah, so it was literally just get the kills here.
The trickster flees yet again. The darkness has not granted her courage.
Courage is no guarantee of victory. You have proven it many times, Aramis.
Shit. I can easily slap all that together later. I am just going to run through this because I have to do this all on Master, and that is something I'm going to need to do the Fire Team Finder or try and get somebody to play with. Overall.
Hold up, Guardian. Something about that instrument changed. There's new playable notes.
Similar to an instrument of old Greece. Crude, but beautiful.
The scorn developing artistry. Preposterous.
The power of the echo is great. Perhaps it grants more than undead.
If those, I just took a screenshot. If those match up with those over here, I think that might be it. I'm going back and forth from the screenshot and back to try and get it properly. Okay, so should be this one, this one, this one. Nope, no, that one. Shit. Wait. Shit. Okay, so it's circle, the one I'm looking at, then the P, then the triangle, then the weird axe looking one, and then the arrow. Make sure I remember that. Fuck, already fucked up. It was that one, then that one. Okay, so that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Do I gotta do it faster? Wait, what if I'm reading it the wrong way? What if it's... Okay, now I need to completely invert what I was doing. Okay. So what if it's... Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Guessing I just need to shoot a little bit faster. There is... It is boom, 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 boom. So you mean to have 3 people. Shit. I think it's just speed.
Human legends viewed mirrors as gateways. Perhaps there is truth in this.
Maybe so. We saw the same thing in Savathun's throne world.
Okay, these match up. Ah, shit. Okay, so triangle, line, arrow X, triangle X, line, arrow X, circle. Sorry for wasting up that words. Sorry for wasting y'all's time. I'm assuming that's how it works, but I'm guessing like last time I just need another two people to be able to shoot things, which sucks overall. Shit. Gravity.
Keep an eye on your new weapon, Guardian.
It grants sight beyond vision. Perhaps not everything is as solid as it seems.
Revenant plane has a unique energy signature. Collecting it may be the key to bypassing enemy defenses.
If I couldn't one-shot, this build would actually not work. The fact that I can one-shot allows this build to work. Got enough diplomatic knots to untangle already. That is actually a trade I do with this build because of... Okay. Words. Sorry, I'm trying to be smart and play games. I'm not good at that. When you use Thunder Crash specifically, and you don't have your and you have the specific helmet on, you can actually use that to get back your melee overall because the Thunder Crash super counts as a melee. And if you get a kill with that, it counts, but you can't just punch something really hard with it.
first time. Free!
The Revenant plane shows a level of sophistication I've not seen from the Scorn.
The longer Fikrul possesses the Echo, the more his mastery will grow. As with Maya Sundaresh.
And we saw where that led. The sooner we get it off him, the better.
Fikrul rants about liberation as he builds an army of Elixni corpses. It's disgusting.
And familiar, yes. He speaks of unity, freedom from the great machine, hypocrisy of humanity. Aramis gave similar speeches, while Varix cheered.
I will not be compared to that maniac.
Enough. I'm done looking backward, hashing over every regret and poor decision. We've got a chance to do something good here. Let's not miss it by getting stuck in the past.
And that is just a good life lesson. No matter what you're doing, even if it is eating dinner, don't let the past control what you're doing in the present. Be who you want to be, and fuck all your past mistakes, because those are just that. Past mistakes. Where am I? There. I forgot my prismatic button. What the fuck is my input? Controller. Custom. How do I... Ah, okay. Because when I pressed that, why didn't it work? Oh, I just realized something. These 3 lanterns correspond to that door there. What is through that door? I'm guessing here's where you would want the shotgun, but I'm not swapping to that.
If the Echo has the power to make whole worlds, it's mightier than I feared. I wonder what it might do in worthier hands. The Hive, fought alongside this drake of exile.
Hyrax learns much
There's a reason why this is one of my tryhard sets. And I'm not even in the proper groove for it. Like a good groove for this build, I will have my prismatic up constantly. Hell, I'm actually kind of thinking about putting on a primary. I can figure that out later. I don't know if that's actually a good idea overall. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. At least I know this is not one shot. Learning opportunity.
It's well and good to potter about this grand hovel, but without the apothecary, it does us no good.
I hear you. She's valuable. So I'm willing to bet Fickrell is keeping her near the throne room.
It's the apothecary. You've done it, machine spawn.
Her name is Ixis. She is of old Reese. Perhaps older than Varix, even.
She's grateful for your help, but does not count any human as an ally. She understands all you say, but refuses to speak in your tongue. We are kindred spirits.
That's not even a Lixney. What language is that?
Ido and I will win her to our cause.
Elixir is actually a very cool language.
Husky's returns. She exhibits more courage now than she ever did as an Elixir.
Her faith in Fickrell makes her bold.
Ah, shit again. I was trying to be fancy. And up again. Something kind of cool about exotics, I just want to show this off. This does not show off why it allows me to do this. The reason why it allows me to bounce like that is because it's a specific frame that even non-exotics could actually beat, which allows it to do some pretty cool things here and there. That this is 100% free. Keep this in mind as well. There's at least one of them. This version, actually. That. So I don't die. Yo. Fuck you. Oh, I didn't have to actually worry. Cool. Just so you know, I'm intentionally running past the big boy to get that slam off, or for him to get that slam off, to allow me to boost around off of his own damage, which is absolutely amazing. It's a very unique itch that no game ever has ever scratched, which is why Destiny 2 is one of my personal all-time favorite games because of what it can actually allow you to do. And this is just how I play my Titan. My Hunter and my Warlock are completely different. And how I play them, how I modify them, how I do everything. Because of how I really like playing each character completely different. Oh, there's those graves. You gotta be no, 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 no. Fuck you, little screams. No, abomination. The lightning bolts are very ranged. I should not have done what I did. If I shot the second shot a lot faster, I might have been able to do something there, but it was not a good play. Okay, then. Good to know. Good to know. The entire damage rotation that is this build is out the fucking window. Good to know. My feelings are of the variety. You know what? Heavy artillery. You want to be a bully? I shall bully you. Because that was just uncalled for, sir. I hope what I just said was audible. Because that just was uncalled for. Completely and utterly. Hell yeah! There was a bug that happened with the exotics I'm using right now, or the exotic gauntlets I'm using right now, that made it where when I hit a shield, it wouldn't actually do damage to the person with the shield, but people behind the shield. Because it's anti-barrier, weird bug with it. But now that I can actually do damage to the person with the shield, I am thoroughly enjoying that.
Every day the scorn army grows. Their bodies shaped by my hands. We are beyond death. Fear nothing, my children. For your father is Kell of Kells.
This is a big deal, Guardian. The apothecary was our last missing piece. Hopefully she'll put Ido's tonic over the top. Next time we come back here, it'll be to finish the job.
PS5 loading times are absolutely gorgeous.
I'm glad you called, Guardian. I've been speaking with the apothecary. She's quite a character. She says you're a light-eating demon who stole the great machine. And also, thank you. She's been a great help.
Lightbearer, I feel your power. A familiar tingle in this splicer gauntlet.
Father? What are you doing on this channel?
I hear screams wrenched from the throats of the scorn. Oh, I smell their sweet rot.
Mizraxkel! Stay where you are. I'm coming.
Take me with you, emissary of pain. I will rip the echo from the scorned Archon myself. We will devour their fear. Free me.
Guardian? Are you still there? I'm sorry. Mizraxkel is rarely himself anymore. I've sedated him for his own sake. We're almost finished with the tonic. Whether it will cure him or not is unknown. I'd best get back to work.
Okay, bits like that, there really needs to be more cutscenes. The cutscenes that they do have in Destiny overall are absolutely gorgeous. They are masterpieces in of themselves. They are art pieces that show so much about the character that they're talking about, so many different things, and it's just fucking gorgeous how they do things. That voice line interaction. Imagine your dad went not Alzheimer's, murder-simers. It was not I am now back in World War II. I am going to make World War III, motherfucker. It's just what that dude just did. It is just completely and utterly. Imagine your dad, not even your biological dad, whoever is your parent, your mom, your dad, your parent, the person that brought you up in the world, that person had that murder rage that just happened to them, and you have to sedate them. That actual interaction, because he's right there, he's not excited. Imagine he's in that seat there, and Ido, hearing that, panicked, sat down, put down everything she's doing with her cool little tonic shit, ran, possibly hearing things shatter behind her, not giving a rat's ass, and then stabbing her dad in the seat about to get up and murder him, possibly that ball there, just something close range, most likely not her, but she's still not off the table, and she had to run up and sedate him. Like, this shit is sad a lot of the time, but it's not as delivered as it really could be. Like, imagine, like how some of these interactions, they actually have people walking around. There's a lot of effort, which is why I don't think at a certain point, if there's a whole lot of people working at Bungie, I really see this happening. But as it stands, there's not a lot of people working at Bungie because a lot of people like complaining about Destiny, not talking about the gorgeous things in Destiny. And I talk about every game is gorgeous because every game is art. That's why I have a whole lot of different videos on a whole lot of different games. And I'm going to make one on Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, and show off a lot of good things. And literally going to say why it's not even repetitive. It's as repetitive as any other game I've ever covered, and any other game I can even think of. It's as repetitive as even Skyrim. It's not repetitive, and that's the biggest thing I've heard, and also that is just shit overall. I've never heard anything good about it, but repetitive is the biggest thing. But that's just insane to think about, because these games are just gorgeous, and if people actually play the game and not a lot of people suffer from bringing their favorite game over to the game they're wanting to play next. That is not how things work. You cannot the art piece of the person screaming with their hand and they're just or hands on their cheeks and they are kind of swirly. I forget what that art piece is called. Comparing that, like loving that art piece, completely knowing that art piece, and then trying to compare the Mona Lisa to that, trying to fit the Mona Lisa into that. And if it doesn't fit that mold, it's bad or it's not good or blah, 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 blah. That is how a lot of games flop. People don't, and this is for around the globe. Like for an example, Concord, I believe is what it was called, the Sony Overwatch type of game. If it was released as free to play, perfect. That is the only problem that was genuine there. Every other problem didn't seem that bad. And keep in mind, I did not play it, but everything I've seen from it, like the cooldowns, the overall flow of the combat, if you got that combat down, that it's like it would actually be very similar to Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League in dodging maneuvers if it was more designed around the dodging. You'll see what I mean when I make that video, but yeah, it's insane. And I don't know if I actually want to make the videos with the strep throat, but I might. But I just wanted to say all that because this game is gorgeous, and most games are gorgeous if given the right light and opportunity, and even not right light, right mindset, right viewpoint. The light could be the exact same from picture to picture to picture, but the right mindset, the right viewpoint, and the right understanding of it, you can make any game genuinely fun. Like, I say all of this, and I play games like Monopoly like an absolute dick because that's how you're supposed to play Monopoly. And what I mean is, I don't go for houses. I go for you not getting houses. That is what I do. And when I make a trade, it's I'm benefiting in I get like two houses, like I mean this color completed and this color completed, whatever two colors, and you get a railroad. I'm okay with separating a railroad for even the beginning houses are good enough because that also gets houses off the board because if I can upgrade that completely that like there's so many pieces to Monopoly that you could just be a dick and absolutely prevail if the dice allows you to is the biggest thing. If you can't land on shit, and I have gone circles without landing on shit because my luck laughs at me genuinely, and I lost that game because I couldn't land on anything until everything was bought. Literally, they had houses and everything. I couldn't do shit, and then I just exploded. Just spontaneous combustion on a random. I think I died on one of the beginning points, actually. Just touch and spontaneous combustion. And it was also on the console version, so I couldn't actually do anything. Like, couldn't actually do like out of game trades. Like, not out of game trades. That sounds kind of weird. I couldn't like finagle a little bit of something like, "Hey, sis, could I please get to that because I'm nice?" It doesn't work, mind you, but I could have tried easier if it was uh, tabletop. Because it was console, there's a lot of pros and cons, like a lot of different things of pros and cons. With all that said, I am going to take a swig of water. And not actually water, Kool-Aid, basically. Just to clarify. And I'm going to take my strep throat meds. Or med. I really, really like facial hair. I am going to have not a wizard beard of just down to my chest, A fur, but a good bush of facial hair is what I want. And keep in mind, I also have my hair back in a ponytail where my sides are cut, and there's like a good shading basically up to my head with back in a ponytail, and that's my general face look. I'd say I'm big boned and also bigger, so it's just big in general. I also look a lot fatter than I actually am, and I say that because of how well I can move, how well I can do things. Just I can run up and down the stairs. I lack control in my breathing rhythm, but if I can get that down, and I have gotten that down, I can go. Sorry about that. And if you have gotten this far in my video, thank you. I genuinely hope this has been entertaining, and I hope that you have learned something, possibly, from all the different things I've said to you. And with that said, let's kick some more ass. And please take a break if you need it, whenever you do need it. I'm not going to go into that whole spiel again, but please take a break if you need it. I am genuinely liking using streaming for this. The only problem is if people actually start watching my streams live, and I did have one person do that. I forget the username, but one person actually watched a stream, actually two streams, I believe, back to back, which is pretty cool. But sorry about that. I'm trying to remember what I was saying. If people actually start watching my streams, that's gonna open up another can of worms because I'm not gonna be able to respond and I'm not gonna want to respond, even though that's the point of streaming. Streaming is a downward slope. The more people you have in your stream watching your stream, the more people you have to communicate to, and you cannot communicate to 100 people all at once. That is not something you do. Some people have thousands of people watching their stream at any given moment. You just can't at some points. And I feel bad when people are joining something to have a conversation, relatively speaking. I just don't like that downward slope. But the length of these videos is something that I am going to want to do and I have wanted to do for a very long time. All I'm missing is the connector between my PC and my console. Once I have that, I'll be able to make videos exactly how I'm wanting to. And I have not even started making my game. If you don't know, I want to make video games. My first game is going to be RRP, and it's going to revolutionize gaming from the ground up. I'm going to actually make aim assist a debuff. Like that one concept, if you understand what that entails, it should be beautiful. And a fine-tuned debuff to clarify with a movement shooter that can also be a not-so-movement shooter gameplay with some crazy mechanics overall. I've talked about it in a lot of different videos. If you want to hear about it, please go watch those. But, at a point. I've not started making that game at all because I want to be able to be fully fed and ready to go. Right now, okay. I'm poor. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm poor, and people don't want to get things done. Uh, I could technically get okay. How to put this? My oven is old. Or the oven at my house is old. We need a specific tool that we do not have. It is literally a nuts. I don't know. It is the hex bolt, I believe is what it's called. The wrench. There's one size lower than the lowest size we got that we need. Literally. It is fucking comical. But need one size lower, I believe. If we can get that, and we need this for like a week now, which is why people don't just get things done. It sucks, and I'm not trying to bog this video down. That is just how my family's always done things, and it's very fucking annoying. But just need that one thing, and then I can actually have a meal when I first wake up, so I can actually get my things done that I'm wanting to do, and like on a full stomach. I'm having to juggle my own sanity basically with the bullshit here, then my hunger, then blah 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 blah. I the reason why I don't want to bog this down is because all of these different things that I'm having to deal with is a plus side, and I'm not trying to glorify strife, but when you go through strife, you can learn things from it. Like in warfare, we would not understand what a nuke could do in any capacity if we did not go through World War II, I believe. Yeah, World War II. That was the Nazis and that was nuclear power, but yeah. We would not understand anything about it if we did not have to fight the Nazis. Because if we did not, and I say we as in America, if America did not set off that nuke, they would. Which is why there's the, if you did not know, this absolutely terrifying possibility, technically, and hypothetical probability, if there is multiple timelines, that this is actually a thing that happened because of how mathematically probable this shit is. And I said all that on purpose because this shit is actually genuinely terrifying if you understand the mathematics in how this actually functioned. Now, there's a high probability that when that nuke went off, we know now that it will never happen ever and ever and ever, but because of how slight variations to the universal constants could allow a chain reaction in the atmosphere, and this is the possibility, chain reaction in the atmosphere that doesn't stop. It's not a boom mushroom cloud, it's a boom mushroom clouds across the sky from pole to pole and all the way wrapping around, making the Earth not a ball of blue, a ball of hell. Just, and it might not even be a ball after the explosions, because if I got the actual detonation capacity, it would crater the ground. It would be like bites are taken off of the entire surface, just across the entire thing. And hypothetically, theoretically, there is a timeline, reality, whatever you want to call it, where that happened. And there is no atmosphere. Just imagine everything you think existing on this rock we call a planet. Not anymore. And I mean the very dirt you look outside and see. None of that. Down miles into the ground. That amount of devastation was hypothetically possible. And I say all of that because the Americans did it. And this is why science is a double-edged blade, and it will always, always be double-edged blade, is because of things like that. If the good guys did not try and use it first, the bad guys would have, and if it didn't, if it did, fuck, we're dead anyways, both sides are going to kill each other. But if it didn't, the side that did that first and learned to harness the power of a star wins. Just flat out wins that war, which is why Nazi Germany in every single version that Nazi Germany wins, like different versions of Marvel Universe. Wolfenstein's my personal favorite version of it, and Wolfenstein, the newer versions, not the older Doom classic type style. The newer Wolfensteins, if you play them in order, it feels like an actual progression of tech and all sorts of shit. Very similar to Borderlands and the entire series, but besides the point, let's kick some more ass.
Guardian, this will be the best and final test of what we have learned together. This tonic will alter the ether that flows through Fikrul's body, filling him with light. While the potion runs its course, he will be Elixni, not Scorn. My hope is that Fikrul will be cut off from his dark ether just long enough for you to put an end to him. To bring him a final death, as the ghosts say. I've had an injector prepared and delivered to you. I wish we could have tested it first. But we have to take advantage of Fikrul's arrogance while we can. I know you can do this, Slayer Baron. Our house trusts in you.
Okay, this is why I love my luck. And the only other person I can compare this luck to is Vanos Gaming. If you have not watched his videos cannot be with the shit. He does not predict it like Smitty. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Smitty's predictions are fucking insane. But Danos doesn't predict shit. He just flows with the game he's playing. And the shit that just happens for him, the angles he just gets are insane for the humor, for the everything. It's just absolutely hilarious. And sometimes he does see it coming, basically. And it's amazing. Just seeing him flow, it's amazing. Now, with that said, what was I saying? I was already wanting to inject my fist into his forehead. So the fact that I'm going to inject paracausal injector, I love that. I am going to punch you in the forehead. Come here, you big bitch.
I wonder what we'll discover next.
Okay. And the reason why I talked about this is because that is just my luck, because it's absolutely funny how that overall works. And with that said, in a what if scenario, and I do think it should be, and speaking of what if, people don't like what if because it's not what people, okay. People have high expectations of how their opinion is just right. Like, for an example, people complain, bitch, and moan that there has not been a remaster of Bloodborne or any of the older Soulsborne, basically, that they really, really want. Name your favorite, whatever you want to call it. Those Bloodborne Souls likes, that general thing. I don't get those people, personally, because there's a way to play that on PS3 on all sorts of different things. You don't, or not basically, it's a PS4 game. You can play it on PS5 because it's a PS4 game. And I don't think it's on, I think it is a PS3 game as well, actually. But it's on PS4 as well because there's already been a remaster remake of Bloodborne, I believe, because I could download it. I know that for a fact. But with that, the the games that really need remasters and remakes are the ones you can't play, at least well, without like PlayStation PlayStation Premium, I believe is what it's called. And what I'm talking about is like Infamous. I would love a true Infamous 1 and 2 remaster where it's a continuous flow game. And I mean like Infamous 1 ends off into Infamous 2 where you feel that progression and they could even add more levels because the time gap between Infamous 1 and Infamous 2, if you didn't know, was literally like a week. Just a week. And the coolest thing is his power increase from Infamous 1 Infamous 2 ending and beginning actually makes sense with what his powers enhance from and how they actually function and blah 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 blah. It makes sense. And I've talked about that concept in detail so many different times because that could lead into like a infamous online type of thing where they could introduce user-generated content again in the infamous Second Sandbox and that general concepts it brings and just the overall possibilities with games if people actually thought in what is not needed but what is not needed, if that makes any sense. It's not this is needed, it's what is actually something that people would genuinely pay for, play, and is worth their time and effort. I think a game like Infamous or Killzone, I think would be another good one. Gears and Gears, if they do make a remaster of Gears, and I mean Gears of War from Xbox, if they do that again, like completely remaster, remake it, they should actually put it on PlayStation as well. Just to clarify, because that would allow a lot of people to have a whole lot of fun. Like apparently there's going to be a free to play Halo. I hope they don't butcher it, but knowing Xbox, they can't make a game well. They literally have to buy developers to make a good game, and even then, Microsoft being Microsoft typically fucks over the game in some way, shape, or form. And saying all these different things, I don't want to work for Microsoft. Just gonna get that completely off of my chest, completely getting that in your ears. Fuck Microsoft. I genuinely do not like Microsoft at all. I know most of everything people do, everything people see runs off of Microsoft shit. But Microsoft is good at making computers. That's it. They should never have really gotten into gaming. They should never really gotten into a whole lot of different things because of what they genuinely do to the community, player base, everything around their games is just bad. Like if they stuck to what they're good at, simulation games like flight racing, if they stuck to that and genuinely helped out the community and made better steering wheels and different things like that, and made it themselves, not other parties and other third party people making the controllers that people say are good for Xbox when it's not actually Xbox making it basically ever, which is insane. But with all that said, let's kick some ass.
All is prepared for a final battle, Slayer Baron. Soon the Kell of Kells will be decided, yes? Since the House of Rain prophecy, Many fought to unite Elixni. Varix was one of them. Much ether was spent over empty hopes, creating enemies, building nothing. When Mizraxkel made peace, House Salvation saw cowardice. We were haunted by memories of old Reese. Prosperity, songs, kin, all vanished. We thought, with power, we will reclaim our home. But the more power we grasped, the further we drifted, until we became the whirlwind we fled. Now, there are only two. All other KELL'S fallen. All other houses ruined. Finally, Varix understands. What is lost is lost, yes. We cannot reclaim, cannot go back. Varix's time is gone. He can preserve our history, but is not our future. That belongs to Mizraxkel, Ido, and the House of Light.
Okay. If you don't know, simple running down. The whirlwind was their dark age. The whirlwind. You know, I'm not going to try to say it a third time. That word he said, that sounds similar to what I just said. That catastrophe, saying it lightly, catastrophe was their dark age. It was the darkness, which is controlled by the witness, which they had tormentors fighting them, and they didn't have the light. They had no way to truly defend themselves from them. They hypothetically actually had Strand fighting them. I think actually did have Strand fighting them, which, if I remember correctly, no one can see, but there was a voice line I heard that I don't know if people can see it or can't see it. I don't know. But I believe people can't see it at all. So imagine just exploding randomly, boom, and you explode, and then a little bit later your friend explodes beside you, which is just weird and doesn't make any sense, and then you explode. Like, I mean, you see one guy explode, that a couple seconds later another guy explodes, then you explode somehow magically. You can't see it. That is just fucking terrifying. But the cool thing about what he said is, and very depressing thing, is that it's down to two. The entire whirlwind happened, and they got into colony ships and fled. Their big ass ships that are just hobbled together are their colony ships. There's a reason why they had to start docking arms and all sorts of shit. They were completely malnourished. The actual size of these motherfuckers are nowhere near this. They are actually supposed to be like up to here, possibly taller. Like, I don't actually know if we've seen a true what they're supposed to be, because I don't know if they have, like, when they get max height, because some of them are from Reese, are from that full life, that full power, basically. Because Reese, they're okay. Ether is their growth hormone. Think of it like that. With ether, they grow bigger and bigger and bigger, but they themselves are actually immortal to time because they are shelled things that can actually mulch constantly and just indefinitely age. Because of that, their ability to grow is insane over time, constantly, indefinitely, no matter how what is going on, blah 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 blah. So their actual height at their height could be insane. Just to clarify. Now, I bring that up because of multiple reasons. mostly what I said, but also because I really like the idea of a house, and I don't know, I have no understanding if this is a thing in the lore, but this would add so much extra shit, and I just love this concept. I would, I am at some point going to make an AU for my overall characters and just little things that this is something I'm going to add because this concept is a genuinely brilliant idea. Not brilliant idea for the Elixni, if that makes any sense. The Elixni knew about the light. They kind of knew about the darkness because of the light and blah blah blah, like how different things work. Because the light and darkness are two separate sides of the same coin, blah 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 blah, and all the different things. But because and they also do talk about the darkness being there and how they can manipulate it. So they actually knew about the darkness and the light, that general thing. Cool. Now, with that, I'm wondering why no Elixni actually got to Earth during our Golden Age. Because the Traveler went from Reese to Earth, did all the doodads and things, Dark Age happened, and then the Elixni showed up, if I remember timeline correctly. Or in the Dark Age, the Elixni showed up and that general thing. Why didn't a single house figure it out? Because there is prophets for the Great Machine and all these different things. Like it is a god to them, and it did actually have prophets. Why wasn't there like a house of prophets that actually heard the traveler saying, "Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, why are they here? Why are they here? Why? I just want to live and book it," kind of thing. Like, didn't even consult them. It was just panicking. It was basically screaming, like in the final shape campaign, how you just hear "bwah" and just see the big burst of energy. That's the traveler screaming. And imagine instead of getting tortured inside and out, because literally that's what was happening to the traveler. Which is why you see it dissected as it is and different things like that. It's torture being afflicted, and you see it everywhere, which is insane to think about. The god literally being tortured. But I was saying something. Uh, a house being able to track it down, that concept is amazing. And okay, a little bit of how that would genuinely function and make a whole lot of sense is if the traveler always had profits, where it was going to make like Savathun the traveler's profit for the krill before they became the hive and that general thing. If you don't know, look it up. It's insane. And if you don't know this, I said previously, my name is Vive. He's an amazing YouTuber. Please look him up. There's a 3 hour covering, I believe it's just the basics and good understanding of each individual faction. Not every faction in depth. I believe there's a lot more you can look into and just nitpick. But overall, it's a good touching stone that is 3 hours long across the entire game. Because there's alien species that has been talked about in depth. Like, there's a species that terrifies the awoken people. The awoken people are, okay, this is where gameplay does not meet the expectations of lore. Because the awoken are the purple people with glowy eyes. Those people are the fusion of light, dark, and humanity that are born in the dreaming city that if you don't remember, is a place that technically doesn't exist because it's literally the dreaming city. It is where dreams are made, basically. So they are literally dream people that literally just have the same everything as everyone else. There should be some crazy shit there. But I had a point that that general thing completely lost my train. Okay. Fuck. Okay. I had a point there. Hopefully I said it all. I know I did not say it all, but hopefully I said enough. Um oh yeah. Uh maybe. Yeah, it works. I don't know what I was saying exactly, but I got a good jump start. And sorry about sniffling. I try my best to mute, but when I'm in the middle of a sentence, I don't want to mute, and I didn't really think to mute because that just happens. But I really need to get good at that, and I just muted there, and I don't know if you noticed. But um, the awoken people have a lot of power that you don't actually see in gameplay. Same with a lot of different things here and there, and I had a point. Oh yeah, the Hive are actually very similar to the Awoken people, which is what I was talking about. The Hive's language is the gunk you see around Hive stuff. It is their language. It is not a byproduct. It is not their poo. It is not their gunk. It is actually their language that uh, infects reality and changes it, which is why the Scarlet Keep changed fundamentally, which is why their entire reality, what they bring forth, because keep in mind they are literally interdimensional space bugs, they are able to do some crazy things. Oh yeah, there we go. Now I remember what I was talking about because I didn't want to talk about that. Sorry. That was a racetrack cup and my controller hitting it, or a controller hitting it, my TV controller. Um, but there's a species that is talked about in the lore, in I believe 3 lore tabs, possibly more, that is a species that terrifies the awoken people in lore, in what they could actually do, terrifies the awoken people, and they can literally just walk into the ley lines like it's the nether hub from Minecraft. If you ever made one or watched any people or any server with a nether hub. Imagine that, but you don't have to make a nether portal. You don't have to have a nether portal around you. You just snap your finger on a good day, and boom, you're in there. And then you do the right jumping puzzle, and then boom, you're where you want to be. Basically, the webway from Warhammer 40k. Because if you know how to traverse it, you will go. You can go to other, if I remember correctly, galaxies. Just ta-da! On a good day, keep this in mind, on a good day, perfect day. It's more warp travel mixed with webway, just to clarify. Like it's on a good day, like the warp, but what you could actually do is not distort. Warhammer 40k space travel is insane, and not all factions have the same space travel, which is pretty cool. Um, other sci-fi faction, other sci-fi franchise, I really really like. But this species that terrifies the awoken people to their core can literally scream and delete them. Just and they explode and they just cease to exist. And the concept there is just beautiful. Because imagine the audio recording, and this is not an audio thing, and I believe I did see a video making it actually voice acted and everything like that. But it was a imagine imagine you hear thud thud thud. I forget the exact thing, but it's a voice line or a voice recording from awoken people. They crash landed and they have a beast hunting them in their ship while their life support is going down. And it is a beast that these people that can feel through the ley lines and have basically elven magic, but on crack and steroids because they're paracausal by birth. Ish. Not really birth. Kind of birth. But those people, those things basically, are terrified of this thing because it can literally just disappear. Just, it was behind that door. We opened it to shoot it with our magic voodoo hoodoo. Why do I hear it behind me sniffling? How? What the fuck? That general just appear, and this thing can just appear on them, which is insane to think about. But with that, it doesn't just appear. Imagine hearing a Geiger counter go off and static at the same time. So you hear like a crackling and then static at the same time as you just phase out. Where basically how that static sounds, imagine it being acid to you as well, where you just cease to exist. And that's how it just pictured in my mind because of the description. And it wasn't that necessarily that good, but what that monster could do, and keep in mind this thing, it has to traverse the ley lines better than anything else because of how it can actually move, or some shit because of what it could actually do. And we have never fought one of them in game. Just this thing that hunts paracausal entities for fun. It there is, if I remember correctly, in the lore tabs, it doesn't even specify if it's for food or for fun. It just does it, which is fucking terrifying. Um, but I had that point because there are things like that in the lore, so there is wiggle room for entire extra things, like the concept of a house of prophets that shows up with the traveler and hears it just saying no. And with that, I am going to at some point, like I said, make a AU. With that AU, my ghost, and I do think my ghost shell will be something similar to this, because I do like the idea, and not that up there, just the shell itself. Because I do like the idea of my ghost being named Sparky, because he, I don't want to go with he's like a he, she. It's just ghost. There is no male, female. It is just both, because ghost is Sparky is just Sparky. He does what Sparky do, kind of thing. And I say what Sparky do because what Sparky do is break. He is broken. The reason why he's called Sparky is because he actually has a crack on him. I do want to go with like how the ghost in the final shape gets broken down and down and down the more wear and tear, the more strife the ghost himself goes through. Imagine if before you actually got resurrected, your ghost got a massive crack. Like the entire like one side of him is just broken open, and you just see the light flowing out of him. That general look is what I'm wanting Sparky to look like. Now, with that, I do want to go with his energy is constantly flowing out, but it is all the lights flowing, which makes him unstable, which something I love the idea of, which, if done, will completely render my guardian completely just kaput, where he can still run and stuff because my guardian is an exo. He will just keep moving just without like double jump. He's basically suppressing himself to do this. But because of how unstable Sparky is, he can grab Sparky, imbue him with his own light, because the light can be generated from the ghost and the guardian, especially if the guardian is the prophet. Okay. This is where I really like the concept of a prophet because of what. Okay, my guardian is a prophet born human. He is a human that was born from a couple scientists, or two scientists that were working underneath the traveler. And actually, I do want to go there. One of the people that actually are a group. They're one of the scientists, one of the parents, or one of the scientists of the group that actually named the traveler. Because if you didn't know, they named it off of the ruling of basketball called traveling. Because as they were playing basketball, they thought about a decent name, the traveler. Because they realized the traveler travels like that ruling and that general thing. It's pretty funny. But one of them, be it two of them, one of them, don't know exactly how that functions, is the parent of my guardian. My guardian's human form, not his exoform. I'm gonna get into that. And this stuff is fine-tuned because I don't know how else to really make it fit, and I don't know where my guardian's tree would actually begin. This is where I'm really wanting to actually like fine-tune it, look up the lore, and just make my alternate universe off of the lore. Because there's a lot of cool things in this lore. But uh my human was born, or my guardian human form was born then, in that general time frame, and was imbued basically like an awoken, but not to the fullest extent. He could feel with the light and touch the darkness, that general thing, where he could feel it in his bones, because he was it, that general thought process, the general vibe. Now, when he applied himself, became this absolute just prophet, because the traveler is not ecological terraforming, it is scientific advancement, it is advancement unfaltered, it is pure creative potential, is what the traveler is, what it brings, what anyone could study and get from it is pure creative potential. Now, with that, the entire traveler, whenever the guardian, or my guardian, and I just want to make that difference because every Guardian, the Guardian is every playable character. That's what I want to say there. So you can't really just have a Guardian, which is why I don't know how to really word this, which is why I'm just wording it. This character is because of how his brain works, because he was, and I do want to go with is abnormal like me, and I do really understand that I am abnormal, being 6'2", very smart, but with my pros and cons, it kind of balances out. But I'm a very weird individual, and I do want to go with my Titan is that same general weird, where he is gigantic, but a uber nerd that wears glasses. That kind of very weird shit, like very funny, very cartoony, not cartoony, but very. I don't know his personality. I don't know what to go with. I would just blah nothing. No, um, with that overall possibility and concept, because of how the exos work. They are a mind scan with the darkness and the light being imbued at the same time. I do like the idea of my guardian, whatever his name would be, being one of the first people to actually help truly Clovis Bray, where Clovis Bray actually leaned on him a good bit because of his advancements and how his mind functioned. Where, and I do want to go with uh, my guardian helped out making the anti-traveler devices, the array that they had in the. I can actually just show you. After this, I'm going to do the last one. Just to clarify, there it is. Keep thinking it's going to be there. This season here. See the array there? That was actually a gun setup to destroy the Traveler. Because Rasputin was designed to take its place, which is insane to think about because it was actually plausible and doable. Like the golden age of tech is insane. But I do want to go with my guardian would help Clovis with things like that, knowing exactly what he's designing it to do because it's a failsafe. It was completely and utterly a failsafe, which is why he said, "Let's fucking do this. We have to," as a failsafe. It was not a guarantee because he saw that it moved. Where did it come from? Like, just that simple thought. Could it leave us in our time of need? Because it left other people, but no one's followed it. Like, that general concept. And with that, I do like the concept of my guardian hiding the prophets. Where, okay, this I know for a fact I'm wanting to do. Where my guardian is a genuine friend of that Kel, that house, that general thing, where he learned how to speak elixir, not speak it, but write it specifically, because the vocals and how that generally works, I don't think my guardian would actually be able to pronounce and different things like that. But um, actually went out of his way to understand the writing and understand the little specific things about the writing to have genuine conversations and learn and adapt with that culture, because an alien culture in a expanding scientific era is insane to think about because they traveled on the slipstream of the traveler. So imagine their tech alone to be able to detect it, to be able to catch it, to be able to go with it, all the different things that they could actually apply themselves to. Now, because of my guardian, how rich he's most definitely going to be, he actually has his own bunker, so he can easily hide like a civilization in a bunker. And I do want to go with that is how I can easily implement, relatively speaking, my guardian story into this because he didn't. Everything he did technically doesn't exist. No one knows about him. He just happened and disappeared as fast as he happened. Basically, it was a very fast burnout. But his ghost, his soul, his exo stayed and actually became the guardian. And be- I didn't want to go with the difference between his ghost, him, and his guardian, relatively speaking, his exo and the human. The difference between them is that the exo was designed while the human was still alive, even though I believe that that is a taboo, where it's not supposed to be two of the same person because that in of itself is a problem with the exo, but because of the human's mind, the exo mind could become so much more. Like, I do want to go with my exo has a very prototype but fine-tuned to hell and back exo frame that the human made from the ground up and actually brain scanned himself to have himself help him while he's doing it. But keep in mind that actually breaks down the exo mind because they're meant to have arms. But because of the specific mindset I'm wanting to give them and who they are and blah 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 blah, they're able to actually withstand that mind fracture and live it and adapt to it because the base exo that I'm wanting to actually have with this AU is not the fingers, it is not the metal, it is wiring that they can put things on and over. Like the Guardian, relatively speaking, this Guardian could go from average Titan build to basically, and because of Transmet and because my Guardian is super fucking nerdy, he has instant swap transmat ability with his entire body, with what I'm talking about. So he could be going from average Titan doing average Titan things of punching things in the face. And I do want to go because Sparks, his abilities themselves are altered, but I haven't even fully perfected that. Just I know I want his solar to basically be Kratos from God of War, but not the same thing exactly. More if Solar Titan, instead of having hammers, had big blades. Where it's not Kratos, it's still Solar Titan, where they still explode, and instead of chains, they could have different things. Like overall, the concept itself is just big, muscle-bound, fiery demon of hell, basically. Where that is one setup that I do know I really want to keep. Just to clarify, I'm going into a lot of this detail because I haven't actually had a point to talk about this because this concept is a very fun concept that I've been thinking about for a very long time. Uh, and I'm sorry, and if anyone left, I fully understand it. Thank you for watching up to this point, and if you're still watching, thank you. I do want to say this last bit because I do have like one ending point because I've not fully delved deep into this concept because I don't do that unless I really can delve deep. I don't like doing half measures, I like doing full measures. But um I had a point. He can actually swap between big Titan, relatively speaking, like average Titan, to that's not even a hunter. Why are you so small? Why did I just see blue? Where did you? Oh, there you are. Now my fist, or your fist, is through my soul. What? What just happened to me? Kind of just explosion of lightning. And I do want to go with, okay, if you don't know, arc is movement. It is basically the vibration of atoms. I think literally that is actually the description. The vibration of atoms, the overall movement and flow and just energy. So imagine something being able to fully imbue themselves with the concepts of arc because I don't like this analogy. It is the prophet, genuine part of the God. So basically, Jesus. And I don't like this analogy, but best way to give you the concept Jesus being able to just imbue himself with the concept and go with it. Where it's not. Basically, he's a constant fist of havoc mixed with thunder crash, mixed with ballistic slam, and just constant, just slam, slam, go, 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 with the ability to fly a little bit, slam again, keep going without stopping at all, and moving as fast as an electron can move, and they move so fast, no one knows exactly where they are on the atom, and no, like, imagine being faster than light, just existing places, kind of thing. And there is going to be pros and cons with everything, everywhere. When he's going that power, he can't really like it's how do I put this? Going full blast, and I mean full blast, starts wearing down his gears, his engines, because his body sure can handle it a little bit because he's an exo, but that's overclocking upon overclocking upon overclocking. So he's just burning through his energy. So at a certain point, he'll just either explode, burn up, or face plant very violently. Just one of those three would happen. If he completely just goes kaput. And I say that because that general concept is how I'm wanting to do each subclass. Even Strand and Stasis, where his it's basically because of what he is, how we can function, his power itself is the power. He doesn't have like I'm wanting to say because of the concept it brings and how it overall flows. Basically, what I'm wanting to do is my guardian never used. He used the subclasses. He used each subclass like void constantly, arc constantly, solar constantly, depending on what he's doing, why he's doing it. But he always felt because of the guardian and the ghosts and the two sides of the same coin and all these different things because keep in mind he remembers. That's the big I didn't actually say this. The biggest thing about my guardian is that he remembers who he is, which is why I talk about his intelligence, talk about who he is. Sparks, because of what Sparks is, allows him to remember, which is the biggest thing. He woke up remembering who he is. So he walked to those Elixni in that secret hideout and talked to them, genuinely just appeared after hundreds of years of just not existing, and then just ta-da, how's it going, sweetie? Just that general what the fuck is what I'm wanting to do, because it's just a shell shock on both ends for the Elixni people that are in that cave area, that would be in that cave area because of how I want to do this, and him itself, because imagine being asleep. But not just asleep. You remember getting torn apart. You remember getting however you died happened to you because it was just awake again. Like that would hurt. But it would also be a good I can come back. That anchor point, that first painful instant. Keep in mind, guardians can actually feel. They feel the pain of starvation even, but they will still come back from it. It's gruesome what they actually have to deal with. But that entire concept would allow my guardian to just power through things because he's one a true exo, because I do want to go with like true exos are designed to be able to withstand some shit, which is why each class, each race, even though they're the same race technically, kind of, each race should have different things that they can go for. Like exo should be able to have 110 resilience, that is something extra if you do build up to that or something like that. Same with the Woken, same with all the different things to allow some extra gameplay. Now with that, let's kick some ass. Hell yeah. Hopefully this is actually the final one. I wanted to check how long I got on it because after this entire quest line is done, I'm going to call it quits and go get some food. Hopefully. And I could have easily left it off at hopefully, but that is just a very mellow place to put it. Or stop it. I am poor, power the oven thing and different things like that, so I can't easily make food. So I will try my best to get food after all this.
Best chance to shut down Fickle.
The concoction you carry will alter his ether, making him vulnerable for a short time.
Tear him open. Decorate his throne with blood. Then I alone will reign.
Father, you shouldn't be here. You're not yourself.
He will stay. If we succeed, he will be
And this, in theory, should actually cure him, too. That would have been bad.
I smell fear behind the trickster's grin. Delicious. Where are we? Have we found Vicrul?
Welcome back, Mizrex Kell. Try to stay with us. The Guardian is closing in. The instrument. It's been fully repaired.
There must be one nearby who tends to it. We should find them. I would be most curious to meet a Scorn musician.
Oh, hell yeah. What do you do? It just wasn't fully repaired. Which is gonna make this pretty interesting. It is circle, line, P, triangle, X, or triangle, X, X, and then line. Or up arrow. Circle, line, P, triangle, X, 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 up arrow. Okay. Circle. Fuck. Oh shit, I did not know I was still unmuted. Oh shit, what did I just do? I'm glad I did it, but what did I just do?
Back into the Revenant plane, Guardian. I know it's painful, but you've got to push through.
You know what? I'm gonna try my best to get somebody to play this game with at some point. So things like that I can easily go test because I do think that I need to put all three of those in down there for a different thing. Don't know what that would be, but something.
This place grows like a tumor on reality, leeching the very life from those who enter. An inspiration for my rule as Kell of Kells.
Please, Father. You don't mean that.
I hope whenever we kill Thickrell, he's just magically cured. Like how, like, Infamous Seconds, or not Seconds, Infamous Festival of Blood, and the overall, like, one of the cool concepts of vampires where if you kill the vampire that turns you in a day, basically, you won't turn.
Listen, my friends. I must speak quickly. I struggle to keep the curse at bay. Once Fikrul's reign is over, if my curse cannot be abated, my leadership must pass to another. I will not dethrone Fikrul, only to become him.
Have faith, Father. Everyone here has worked tirelessly to prepare this assault. It will not fail.
I speak not from lack of faith, but an abundance of love for you and my house.
I understand, Mizraxkel. If the worst should happen, the Vanguard will protect your people. Even from you, if necessary.
Sometimes parkour is very hardcore. I tried to melee, why didn't? You know what? I am literally going to take this in baby steps now. That was annoying. But baby steps for tiring, if you don't know, require a lot of momentum. So this seems like I'm being very reckless, but remember the chain there that time. No, 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 fuck. I was a little bit too high up. I never actually touched that. I don't think. Where am I this time? Okay. Even babier steps. What the? I fucking momentum. Okay. If you don't know, this carries all momentum. You know what? Fuck your spinny bullshit. I can't just need to see how far I can get. Okay. I know where to go. I just have to go to the other side of the spinny beam thingamajig. I got this. Parkour will not be the end of me. Fuck your parkour nonsense. Make it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I did just intentionally use the melee lunge there to not fall off the edge. I basically just grabbed his face and said, "You're not letting me die." Well, parkour's being a pain in the ass. Damn. I remember the spinny vortex of doom. And the spell. I forgot how much of that melee energy I get back from doing that. I have been completely... Yep, okay.
Once Fickrell falls, we must be ready to retrieve the Echo.
It will be mine by rights. Your Kell demands it.
The Echo is of old race. It belongs to the Elixni. Not some disgraced god clawing its way back into existence.
The apothecary is free to go. Why is she still here?
She does not think Fickrell will turn her into a revenant. Her knowledge of ether is too valuable. Besides, she has no desire to live with humans. Instead, she will study the revenants and report findings to Ido.
That's insane. Imagine staying with the Scorn willingly.
She says you overestimate the appeal of your city. And suggests you dock yourself in a most exotic fashion.
Okay, that last bit there, that's a medieval primitive Elixir language. That's why it's shitters and shit.
I would give much to
Does Varric speak another language when he shitters? Like how, human has different dialects, different languages that human can speak across the board, across different places and different things like that. Even you can have a difference of a pond, and the language could change so severely. Is that shittering actually another language? Shit, I thought that was just random boy. I'll punch on the way out. Okay, I genuinely feel bad for him. He isn't a mistake. Thinking that he's a mistake is something he should never do. That's sad. That's what I thought was gonna happen if I let that happen. Shit, I should not have let that happen. Well, at least now I know. I actually feel very sad for Vikral now. Now, I do want to clarify. I feel very sad for him, but I will not at all not kill him. It's like feeling bad for the terrorist for doing terrorist activities because you have to put him down like a rabid dog. It's that general thing. It's, I feel bad for you. You shouldn't have done that no matter why you're doing it. But, damn it, man, why you make me do what I gotta do kind of thing. And I say that because, like Hunk from Voltron, I would do what's needed of me depending on what is needed of me, and capital needed. Because I could not be just a random grunt, with lack of better words, and I know military doesn't actually work in grunts and everything like that. Kinda does, but not a good section. But, I couldn't be just some random grunt. I genuinely just... Not because I have a problem taking orders, but because sometimes orders aren't right. And I just can't. And I mean, like, it could easily be a very, very bad order, and me being boots on the ground, my specific knowledge, know-how, could easily say, oh, hell no, that's gonna kill us. And if no one listens, I need to be able to take the reign without feeling bad, so I would just say, I'm not listening. Overall. Or, it's not I'm not listening, it's please listen to me whenever I do actually have something to say. Like, even when I play video games, even when I have something to say, I do really want it to be heard. And just playing games with people, I don't talk as much as I do while making videos, because I don't think it's necessary. In a video, it's kind of necessary because of information. Why? What? 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 No, 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 no. Fuck. Panicked. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. Why couldn't I get through that? Why did it just say no? That was some bullshit. Oh, somebody's actually watching. Hi, how's it going? This is the third run through of this. Ah, now I see. Explode, please. Hell yeah.
Who will save my children?
I think you should go to barracks.
This is old Reese. The Reese of my youth. Do you hear that, Guardian? The echo speaks to us. It is a memory of old Reese. Of a moment before the whirlwind. During an age of heroes. The echo wants to return home. To make Reese all of this whole again. And it wants me as its new bearer. I accept. But I have conditions.
I was trying to salute her that entire time. I have a little bit of sick drift on my movement input.
She cannot be trusted with power. She knows only war. After all I've done for our people, the echo belongs to me. I alone am king of Kells. First and last, there are no others.
Be cleansed, demon! Be gone, you foul nightmare!
I can feel it. The light flowing through me once more. You have my gratitude. Aramis.
I don't know why it's taking so long to load. I can't even go to map or director, which means it's trying to pull me into somewhere. It's just taking its good old time. There we go. Oh, so it's trying to pull me into orbit. Okay. Just so you know, just make sure that there's still one viewer. There isn't. Okay.
I greet you in the light once again, Guardian. You have prevented another whirlwind, and brought honor to the title of Slayer Baron. I am now Kell of Kells, but I do not embrace it with 4 arms. Though I feel the light flow through me once more, I fear the god of pain will always be with me. A lingering note of discord in my blood. I thought to make Aramis or Varric's Kell of Kells, but they refused. Aramis offered me the Echo, but I could not accept. It has chosen her. Ido would keep the Echo in Soul to clarify the ether of the Scorn, but it is too great a threat. We cannot risk another mass corruption. Instead, Aramis will take the Echo far from this system. Perhaps she can finally create a new Elixni homeworld, as she always dreamed. Besides, House Light has all it needs here. Kin, allies, and the great machine above.
He was just talking about Frontiers. That's the next campaign or next expansion that. Oh, hell yeah.
I'm the scribe of our house. Even so, I don't know if I can find the right words to thank you for everything you've done. My father's soul is intact. The houses of light and salvation are safe. And you made all of this possible. I really should thank you formally as a Slayer Baron of our house. But I hope you know that I consider you a true friend. I don't know if we can call Aramis Kell a friend, but I owe her much. She could have taken the Echo and abandoned us, but she chose to help. Do you think our talks over the last few weeks got through to her? I'd like to think so. You gave her the chance to put some good in the world. Thank you for placing your faith in both of us, Guardian. The truth is, none of us can say what the future will bring. Maybe Varrix really will rebuild the House of Judgment. Maybe we'll divide into many houses once again. Maybe the Elixni will drift away from Sol and find new worlds. For now, my people have a new Kell to unite them. To lead them along a path very different from the one that the Kells of old envisioned for us. Whatever comes, you'll always have a place in that future, Guardian. And a place in the House of Light.
Okay. Hopefully, Bungie is easing us into, and I say us collectively as the Destiny 2 player base, because the future is so fucking bright, because it won't just be Elixir. It will be Empress Kaido Cabal. It will be humans. It will be Awoken. It will be every single power. The amount of technological might, the amount of shit those fleets will be able to do. It colonization is going to be fun. I really, really want to see how they do it. And I say ease us into it because each season thus far has been getting more and more complex. Like, they're trying to figure out how to do this entire. Everything is given right on the beginning of the act because this is the beginning of the act, which is why I'm doing the stream. If you did not know this, but yeah, act as in the 3-part seasonal thing that is actually very good. They gave everything off the get go right then and there. Boom, everyone could do it, kind of thing. Which most definitely bursts people out. I just don't have anyone to play with, which is why I didn't grind. I don't like randoms. Randoms. My luck with randoms is not the greatest, to say the least. Optional objectives? I can't remember the last optional objective. Okay, okay. Where does one go? I want the optional. Where's the crow? I want to hear him say nevermore.
So, you restored order to the reef, eh? Good thing, too. My scavenger crews were on the verge of mutiny. I'll admit, you deserve a measure of credit. Not actual credit, of course, and certainly not for me. The real distinction belongs to Ido and Aramis. Apparently, the ship stealer is embracing her name again, prepping the salvation catch for an interstellar haul. It's ironic. After all her flailing, Aramis finally created a new era for the Elixir. By junking off for good. Safe drift, I say. Huh? Now, the Kell of Kells is undisputed, and business can resume. Of course, there'll be upstarts and rabble-rousers. Plenty of Elixir still hate the Vanguard. But you'll put them back in line, eh? After all, the light provides. Oh, it's good to be back on top.
And that ending line is why people don't fucking like you, Spider. Why? Why do you got to do the things that you got to do?
Guardian, I wanted to drop a quick thank you. I've learned a lot from my first assignment as Hunter Vanguard, and I couldn't have done it without you. Looking back, I might have been a little uptight about the rules. I didn't want to take too many risks on my first time out. Being Hunter Vanguard is a risky business. No way around it. I'm sure Kate would agree. And our riskiest move of all, setting Aramis free, ended up being our saving grace. The Echo chose her to cure Mizrax Kell and rebuild Old Reese. Her devotion to her people outweighed her hatred of humanity after all. And now that Mizrax is Kell of Kells, she can leave in good conscience, knowing that the Elixir of Soul are in good hands. Of course, that still leaves the city leaders. They're pretty upset that Aramis is in the wind. But they'll forget about her soon enough. Not me, though. I'll remember her as an unrelenting headache who helped put Uldren's most desperate mistake to rest and changed the course of Elixir history forever.
I am so looking forward to the next frontier in Destiny. I hope that they explode the collective minds of the player base with like space combat, some sort of just incredible extra thing, like a gambit tier or more level of just overhaul or complete overhaul of the game, because I do think Destiny 3 kind of needs to happen, but not in like the typical senses, like destination overhauls, also different updates that they could do, like for an example, last episode, not the episode that is going on now, that is all about slaying barons and doing all the cool vampire killing shit. The one that was about the Vex previously. That one, and excuse me, I had to burp. That one, the entire environment was updated for the event and the entire strike, basically, and the entire things you can do there. But it was not actually updated overall. They could easily update that, relatively speaking, because I think technically in lore that is what's going on. But if they do that, they do kind of need to have more tech. And something amazing about Destiny 2 is they have implemented so much more tech, like the ability to introduce AE, airborne effectiveness. Airborne effectiveness, bleh, was a bad thing to a good thing to a very good thing now, because of how it actually is applied to different weapons to still allow you to have a very good inner combat like you were seeing we do and different things like that. But keep in mind, you could do everything I just did in PvP. Nothing that I did this entire stream is different from PvP to PvE. It is all how you want to play it, what you want to do, how you want to do anything and everything. Like, for an example, the insurmountable skullfort. You cannot actually get a kill with that easily unless you're doing a fully charged thunderclap in PvP. That is the only way to actually guarantee it, which is lackluster to an extent because you can't just speed run through people, but people don't shoot the Titan.
Machine spawn. This is Aramis of No House, Echo Bearer, and Voice of Reese. I reach you from the outer edges of Seoul, where I am departing this war-torn slum forever. That I leave my people under your blithe tyranny shall be another of my unavoidable regrets. The Echo believes I am still worthy, but I am not so certain. I've been drifting for so long now. I barely remember who I was in this place. The Kell I am now has scars, faults, debts to repay. I've made so many compromises. Can I truly say I am of old Reese?
No, but that's a good thing.
Ida would have me stay, of course, using my new power to reclaim scorn from the darkness. But the Echo calls me home. Its song resonates through every drop of my being. It sounds like gusts of ether flowing through canyons, roiling as clouds and condensing as dew, nourishing a paradise safe from humanity and the great machine. My kin will once again be weavers and dancers, instead of the scrabbling insects you made us. Soon enough, the machine spawn will be no more than a legend to frighten hatchlings. I shall build a new life with my family, and think of you no more.
Good on you. And keep in mind, this is two Aramis. Good on you, but at the same time, what did I do? I just defended my home, like you. You are a good soldier. What did I do to personally offend you? The big gumbo, yeah, it can go fuck itself. It did some horrible shit to you. But what did I personally do to you? What the fuck? And I will agree, because of what is going on constantly in the Sol system, we are a galactic armpit. At least in this continuity, we are just a galactic armpit slum. We are literally a galactic. We are a solar system shanty town. Like the shit that goes on here on a rotationary basis, and I mean like all planetary, like full rotation of everything, rotationary basis. Because I think that'll be like the best way to measure solar system time is on every planet's rotation, where when every planet did a full rotation, and you can do like even cutting it into like different pieces depending on if you want to be more specific, or like like not galactic, solar system news would be on full time. So it will be on soul time because it's the soul, it's the sun's rotation, because the sun does have a rotation. That would be so fucking cool. And I believe it's actually really fast, which would actually help with the measurement of time, because you're trying to get information from every planet, which every planet, like Jupiter theoretically could be colonized, but, or yeah, Jupiter could be with flying contraptions on the gas itself to have a civilization in the clouds. Like the shit that's theoretically possible is just gorgeous. I want to be immortal. I want to help with this entire possibility of gorgeousness. Now, in IRL possibilities, in universe or in game possibilities are more insane. Out of game are even more insane, to be completely honest. Like paracausality adds an entire new level, but there's ways to do incredible things. There's a song in Destiny. Destiny 1 has a trailer called Reach for the Stars, something like that, where it's, I forget who sings it. It's a gorgeous song. Please look it up. It is so gorgeous it almost made me cry when I first heard it, because that is what we could do. I don't think humanity will ever have a true peaceful age. Humans are not peaceful creatures. We thrive off of strife, which is a good thing and a bad thing. We just need to harness it and understand that. We need to have a good exertion. Like I have PvE and PvP, and a lot of people have PvE and PvP games and different things like that to exert that frustration, that itch, that predatory. And we are predator prey. I forgot the second word there. We are predator prey species, literally. But that's why we're an omnivore. We eat both. We are both, which is insane to think about for what humanity could be. And just thinking, the funniest shit is, imagine there's other species. Imagine there's aliens just watching us. I would genuinely be, as an alien, looking as a predator or a prey. Keep this in mind. Predator and prey is very common. Most definitely, there's predator, there's prey. But a predator prey, a combination of the alpha and the omega, or the, yeah, alpha and omega, that beast is terrifying if unleashed, because we are the tinker gnomes. We are the so many different things that makes what humanity could do insanely terrifying, like the nuclear possibility that with nuke there was a possibility, with the first nuke there was a possibility that there would be an in the chain reaction. So shit like that is just theoretically possible. Just, oh, people could do some crazy things. And going back to the magic from an alien's perspective, what do you do? It can eat you if you're a plant or a meat. It will want to kind of fight you because it just can, but at the same time, it can thrive wherever you could thrive because humanity adapts and makes the world adapt around it. So what the fuck do you do against this intergalactic cockroach? Like, humanity would be an intergalactic cockroach. Warhammer 40k doesn't even need. It's so. Okay. Warhammer 40k is understandably grimdark to an extent because of what exactly is going on, how the warp works, blah, blah, blah. So many different things make the world understandable. Now, the hive cities will happen if growth is unchecked, which is the problem of humanity going beyond the stars, because you need a human to be able to control humans or corral humans. There's no controlling humans. I don't know why people can't just think half the time, because a lot of what I'm talking about is so simple to me, because if you just think, and I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican, I'm not an independent, or I'm more independent, I am think. Both sides have good things. Every side has good things. Every thought. Like Dempsey from Black Ops 1 said it the best, and I just love this quote. A blind squirrel, and keep this in mind, these words are on purpose. This is a genuine quote. A blind squirrel is ripe twice a day. And the reason why I love that sentence is because it's broken on purpose. Because sentences don't need to make sense to be right. Like a blind squirrel can be ripe twice a day. What the fuck does that actually mean? Besides, a blind squirrel can be ripe twice a day. Is that good? Is that bad? It is a thing. So, can it be used? Like that is why it's such a beautiful quote to me. It's such a beautiful, just, it's basically Buddhist monk. I love Buddhist monk type thought process, because if you apply it, not I am going to just relax and flow with reality, that is good, but actually being able to have that thought process, that understanding, and do something with it, and not in the grand industrialization, blah, 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 all horrible shit for everyone involved. Actually helping the course of everything, helping the river flow, and not just seeing it flow over time, making it where the river will have a better flow with the ecosystem, where it can have better streams, better canals going into different areas, so the trees around can have better nutrient flow and different things like that, fully, precisely intertwining technology with the environment to have a fully fledged existence. Basically, a new Eden is what I'm proposing, but that level of tech is nanobots, son, in everything, and that's shit. It's theoretically possible, but not really a good idea, to be completely honest. And the reason why a person needs to be immortal is because somebody at some point will make that. Because of how humans work, somebody at some point will make that. There needs to be somebody that has already thought about that and has ready to go precautions everywhere, because it's just you what. Have you seen? Look at this cartoon from ancient Earth before humanity even crossed the stars. Generator fucking Rex. If you haven't watched it, please watch it. That is basically what whoever the fuck makes Nano Machine Sun is wanting to do. Generator Rex, the entire thing, but on a possibly galactic scale. Some of them can fucking teleport buildings into the fucking void. What do you do against a galactic... the possibilities alone, because of the rare elements for different planets and blah blah blah, like the amount of additions to the possibilities is insane. Because imagine somebody living on Venus getting the ability of bleh that could have been on Earth, which those frequencies is blah blah blah, like, 'cause every little thing matters with supernatural abilities. Every little thing matters. So just, oh. And part of why I love Warhammer is because every little thing matters. Belief actually gets funneled in different ways, even with the different Space Marines. They have different abilities. Like, my personal favorite, because it's just, why? Like, genuinely thinking about it, I think I would be a Harlequin in Warhammer because I would be asking the very serious questions to the Carcaratons. It would be, I love it. I absolutely fucking love the shark. Not of water, not of flesh, of mass and land that you just say exist around them. Crunch. Like, that is just fucking gorgeous. But simply, why? Like, I have Danger Noodle. If you know what I'm talking about, is fucking funny. I'm not going to spoil it. Just Warhammer is insane. There's a weapon that I can genuinely call the Danger Noodle, and it makes sense. And it's terrifying. But as Harlequin me, I have Danger Noodle, and you have Shark Mountain. I think yours is more overkill because a Titan, one of your god engines, you can just shoot that up its taint. What's it gonna do? It's a mountain going up a taint. Like, and if you don't like the word taint, there's literally no other word to describe that specific area. And if you do get something up there, like typical grenades in games, my personal favorite grenade in this game for the overall versatility, Glacier Grenade, and you did see me use this earlier, put it on something's taint, be it if it can freeze, be it if it can shatter it. It's like the gimmick I showed off there with the slam to make the crystals underneath them, and as they can walk, if they can walk, it shatters them, doing massive damage because it shatters themselves and the crystals around. And because of the seasonal stuff, I'm doing even more damage. So it's just constant damage on damage on damage on damage. It's amazing, and most of that is not actually because of the seasonal artifact. It's very handy, but a good majority of that is just shatter damage alone. It's insane. Um, I had a point. I was talking about future stuff, and I do want to stop talking about future stuff. Whenever I do have money, and I do mean my own way to spend it, I own everything, and money and the ability to actually do it. Like, whenever I do actually get into making an RP, that money won't be for me. I will be spending so much of that money on you, on the people. I will have a Patreon as soon as I actually have actual good thing to sell. The moment I have that Patreon and I have a good thing to sell, because I've thought about this. Something I genuinely love the idea of is having a demo for RRP. If you don't know, RRP is a very fantastical game that I'm wanting to make. I did talk about it earlier, but boiling it down, movement shooter with the ability to do all sorts of different crazy things. Like, for an example, I'm wanting to introduce throwers. Throwers are elemental throwers, which is why it's not flamethrower. It's flame, water, air, earth. Each one doing different things. Like, for an example, an earth thrower, you can actually make walls. You can make ramps just by... And I do want special mechanics with it. Like, I'm wanting like basic hip fire, basically being easy spray, where you can connect it from one point to another, so you can have an easy wall run avenue, because sometimes those will break down, and there's going to be levolution. Like some levolution, for example, like Marvel Rivals, where it's not the entire map change like Battlefield, but some areas will give you a tactical or untactical advantage, because I do want some areas where you don't want it to break. Like, if this breaks, you're fucked. Unless you have a thrower of an earth element, or you can work around it in other ways, blah, blah, blah. But that general gameplay with air throwers being able to, instead of having a wall run surface, you can just make a tube where it's with synergies where you can actually have like an air tube with fire going into it, where allies get a speed boost where it's just rocket propelled. They're going flying. But an enemy getting into it, they start taking damage, where you can actually spread it into a battlefield with that combination, or make better tubes for movement and just go anywhere you want to instantly. And different synergies in gameplay and synergies in movement and different things like that. Like, I'm wanting to change the fundamentals, because I do know that the renaissance of gaming is right around the corner, and I do want to be there with everyone when that actually starts happening, because Marvel Rivals alone is a good example. Not Marvel, DC's also getting into the renaissance of gaming, because they made their Gotham Knights. Basically, Gotham Knights was a good game. It is a good game. I was just playing it, but as like a proof of concept, because Suicide Killed the Justice League is genuinely a good game. I'm actually gonna make a video on it later. Whenever my voice clears up, I made this video because I really, really wanted to, and it just flowed, and I thought it was gonna be very short. It was not. I had a point. Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League. I've played for a good bit, and it still has not gotten repetitive. I have played it, and give me 1 second. I'm actually going to tell you exactly how long I've been playing it. I'm going to pause the broadcast. I have been playing that game for 15 hours. And I am the type of player to play every single character, especially when there's an easy fast swap, so I can just play whoever I want. And there's even hyped modes and different things like that to incentivize you playing different characters. If you do that, oh, there's some fucking crazy shit. And the progression is genuinely gorgeous. It doesn't just overwhelm you, even with traversal. Like, everything is a good progression. Everything is a good flow. There are times when, like, you have, like, grenades very early on, but you have to wait a little bit to get grenades. And different things like that. The overall gameplay is just fucking gorgeous. And there is no repetitive bits. It's as repetitive as any other game like I talked about earlier. And with all that said, shown and done, I hope you all enjoyed the video, and I will catch y'all in the next one.